I'm Sylvie Sommers with my own frickin' mic. I like it. It's very pretty. Anyway, yeah. I'm here in person this time. Hi. Again, because it's a great game. I love it. Whatever, someone is just sleeping in the
I remember.
My memory is shit, so I only remember bits and pieces. And besides, when I play an update of a game, I like to start over.
Yeah. So, sit back and watch us as characters.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be the narrator and Meg's doing everything else. You don't have to. I got this. I was bored with this. Oh my god. I'm gonna go put my head in the freezer. The wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song, weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. Well, good thing there's like nothing to look at right now. There we go. The art in this game is so good. Okay. endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. An endless song weaved from all sorts. It's the same line. They were shouting, laughing, arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own. The creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves. There was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying on the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12, after all. Still. Oh, it was making a fox. Episode 1. The owl will arrive.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Whoa!
They voiced it? Okay, I guess we'll see if we can turn that off.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
Sounds, you can turn voice all the way down there. Sweet. Well, now you have a starting point for just go. Maybe go to mode? Oh no, that's just okay. Maybe this one?
It's bad for your health. Look how
Okay, you've gotta hide. Yeah, hide the book, I think. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan and the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
you're not going anywhere until you've finished all of it.
I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. That's a way to put it, buddy.
Not a lot of people like that kind of
Yeah. It looked like a jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. I loved that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Or how cold the Black Forest is at night. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
What did I just say?
I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table. Karina. That's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal, damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No. She's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket. And she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, unupholstered, with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was being buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all of the photos were gone. Glass covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass. Olya, look, it's a fox. It looked almost like those optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look at a certain angle. Not outside, on the window. Look, here's the nose, and here's...
Hey, eat up.
Yes, just a moment.
I don't see anything.
Hurry up. There's not much left.
Ah, there it is. It still doesn't look like one.
And I'm telling you it does.
No.
It does.
Stop it. These kids, I swear.
Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty patterns, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. That is a mighty fine beard. Mom would always ask, jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stings." This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olia always covers her ears whenever she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply, "for the sake of our family." I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest word that started with B. D, I, B, O. I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl in my window.
You and your owl talking up again?
You said you believed me just yesterday.
Anybody seen my garden? I remember leaving them in your windowsill. Right. Maybe they did, and maybe not. You're a grown man, father of two, and still,
Girl, why you gotta try to stir the pot?
please stop. Just let me get ready and your keys are in the basket. Near the clothes. Well, thank you very much. Anton, stop making me a martyr out of you. Finish eating.
But the owl. But there was one. Giant glowing eyes.
Olia sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, the size of an apple each.
Last year you had a baba in your closet, and now this house.
But
Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any support.
Have you thought about befriending it? You know, like feeding it with imaginary mice? Don't bully her. Pray.
Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing with the keys he just found. A minute had passed, and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. And then, Olya said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olya refused to sleep alone. He didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night, I couldn't go to sleep without thinking what to expect from school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of my term. My imagination drove me along twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down? Stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to me. It doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that bad. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a few new offensive name for me. Worse than the previous one. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawings on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olya begged me to drawing was the only thing that made me happy. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine my mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagined my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbling with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts, too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone was playing it there amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, the dark forest as the backdrop. They jumped around, basked in the moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. The shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. That is creepy. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside of a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me! A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, and circled around the house. Now I guess she made the front door. I jumped into bed and covered myself with a blanket as if that could protect me. The shackles of fear locked me in its grip. remembered the funeral. My grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, facial features sharp, like that of a tin doll. Ants walking down the legs of chairs that covered my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head, pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Then her wrinkly eyeballs once again moved inside her sides. She looked at grandma. I was chanting the spell she taught me before the procedure. And now, lying under the blanket, listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words. On the island of Bouillon, underneath the blemished sun, a sea of colored blue, stands a cabin. There lay lard and ashen hair, for the spawn from devil's hair, to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant named Anton. Evil, leave this house lost. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw the curtains waving around like a hanged man. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at my head, hurriedly calling the wood, demanding to be let in. Jack was very cautious recently, so he installed a stone wall. I remember him staring at the forest intently, as if he was looking for something. Ashes to ashes! Dust to dust! I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, drilling the so flimsy. darkness asked me.
Tasha, you asleep?
My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Olya! I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry.
Scary!
just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video Sleeping Beauty, for example. You like that cartoon, don't you?
Sleeping Beauty. Scary bird.
That question took me by surprise. Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. Couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair.
Dodger, you coming?
Yes, just a moment. And that's the end of Tiny Bunny. That's why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled from just a silly thought that our morning guests could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Olya always hides.
Asha, come here.
I felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars. Worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused. Hello. The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name is
Yes.
Look at this. Please. Look at this face. Have you seen him?
The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile. And like most cats, that cat looks like it wants to be put down.
No.
No, I haven't.
Are you sure? Look closer.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house.
Maybe you've seen him. That's right. Good news. Look straight at the forest.
The window.
Where is
haven't seen anything. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me, then glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
How do you like your new bit by bit? It's just how it is all done.
Yeah. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning. Can I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
He's a witty boy around your age. Wears the same type of goggles. Always engrossed in reading those history novels. Told me he wants to enroll in the police. His family visits this summer. Wanted to help other people just like me. See?
I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
You know what?
Steve.
Steer away from it. Time hasn't changed so much.
Mom interjected in a cold voice.
You don't say. Well then, what grade are you in?
Sixth.
You made any friends here so
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
far? Then I'll leave you my number, just in case. Call me if you have any new info.
The policemen were gone along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne and the photo of a smiling boy.
I'll give you my card.
Yeah, why would you not give it to the mom? That's freaking suspicious.
I like it.
It's the vibes I'm getting.
He knows he's hiding something.
Well, I don't think the kid knows he's hiding something. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest, swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel? What would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Oh. Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually? Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest?
Seems like it. Poor child.
I looked out the window at the road. The police UAZ drove off toward the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. Sure, we can look at these. Okay, so it looks like Babai in Slavic folklore is a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children. A UAZ is a Soviet and Russian off-road freight passenger car brand, which was produced on the Ulyanovsk car factory. Black Kitty, a series of contemporary Russian original or translated teen mystery books. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest. And then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. And I'll get a reward. Olya will be so happy. Not only Olya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. That's fine. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. My dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it. Accountant, a song by an all-female Soviet pop band by the name of Kombinatsiya, which means combination, that became widely popular in the early 90s. I had little to no idea what the accountant's job was like. Account money, I think? No. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. He's such a good brother. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. Couldn't wait to go out looking for clues. I'm going outside.
What the hell you are?
Yeah, there's a missing boy out there. The hell you are.
Yeah, right. You want the police to go around with your photographs next? The forest is too sick. What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals or something even worse?
Even worse, echoed through the hallway. I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest.
Did you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself? Better go pack your school bag or play with Olya.
The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. I think we had to go to the door first last time? Yeah. The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Olya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Babai isn't in there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Olya's count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. Grandma kept ice cream for me and Olya there, but now I could only see meat bits for soup and clumped together pelmeni pie cream already. Pelmeni, that's what it is. A Russian variety of dumplings made by boiling thin, unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One may even call it Russian fast food. Yeah. The decrepit and stain-covered calendar was once my favorite form of entertainment in Grandma's house. I remember waking up and running to the kitchen so I could tear off yesterday's leaf first thing in the morning, as if the coming day would get lost in the taiga forest without my help. One day closer to New Year's, one day closer to Grandma's funeral. I haven't touched this calendar for years now. Since the time they started writing dark and spooky death chants that only made me gloomy instead of funny proverbs and superstitions, to be exact. I grabbed a dusty calendar leaf with caution and tore it off effortlessly. Sadly, the spooky descriptions from my childhood were still there. 7 horses carry the log. 7 can't carry. Bring the 8th from a fairy. They will take it away and never come back. This is the fate the log cannot escape. I crumbled the gray leaf and threw it into the waste bin, hoping to get rid of the anxiousness that washed over me. It was spreading inside me like an ink stain on blotting paper. Yeah. Something's wrong with the TV. The picture is dim and there are stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted. Maybe it's just the settings? Please, go see for yourself. Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. There's no time for this. Mom will come back soon. opened the front gate and went into the field. Carefully, so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance toward the forest, the snow piles became high as my knee. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash. The aftertaste was still there. Distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. And a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry, almost unkind. Silent. So silent, I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olia. The time reached its limit. A one-way trip that ended at the forest's tiny stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olia turned to stone, listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It's hard to remember the last time my dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Olia present, he always frowned and snorted. One day, it all changed. Something important left on. Something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out, and our parents were hurriedly packing all our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead, cold eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous world. The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. And somewhere far away, a siren was buzzing, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusion, and looked around. There was only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Dried, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from the pointed branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird that was hungering sentiment. Should I take it to the police? Their senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called Streets of Broken Lights. Streets of Broken Lights, a Russian mystery TV series telling the story of the daily life of Russian police officers. It's the longest-running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. And that's what he was also always anxious, a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Volva! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. As if the trees were calling out to someone. Resounded closer. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still. Something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally toward the ground. Its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. The shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment. When I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painful long time. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket was screaming. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Take the mitten. I must. I decided to take it. Rose from the snow pile. Giant wings touched above my forward with every desperate push. So, after this, I screamed in horror after realizing it was snow. Someone or something I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump, and from there, ran to my house. Basically, people saw it, threatened me now. That house, my life was spent in the shadows of the into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock, and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad.
What exactly do you think you understand? Don't you understand when I told you to never slam the door?
I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with it, the last bit of strength I had in my body left too. Thanks. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow. Poor Mom. I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes. Be honest. Did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret?
There was someone chasing me. I thought... I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hand.
Look over there. Look at the fence.
My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again, and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window, facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in the snow and the icy winter patterns of the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding me of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Were you scared of them? I'd rather be scared of you.
They were chasing me like a bunny. And what if they're rabid? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them. Mom?
I wish your dad
Mom, look! They're alive!
Huh? What? Are they your friends or foes? Make up your mind. You're not a little kid anymore.
Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And for what? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course! A dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my ear. Seems like I was clutching something. Was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom. Mom, look! This is Vova's mitten. That boy the police were asking about in the morning. It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show you where. Let's call the police right away, like the officer had told us to. Mom, look!
Ew.
A shadow of doubt slowly crept into Mom's contorted face. As if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away.
Stop this moment. Oya will go insane if she hears you. She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time. And you joke around like this?
At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually just wet from the snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
I'm here. And don't just stand there. I'll take your pills.
A golden-colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my palm. I already took one during breakfast.
Walk over. I told you to stay home, and you. That would have given you a good. Come on, take it. Or you won't be able to sleep at night. And you have school tomorrow.
So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters. And Olya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Anton, you done? See, you can do it when you try. Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
No, Mom, I was just thinking.
Forgot I told her?
It's something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Is everything alright? You had to expect some experience.
You had the same expression.
You had the exact same experience when expression. Please,
I'm all right, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror. I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs.
Душею Джабаров. А он очень
Jafar,
нравится
Zagal's voice
ход
was
твоих
down.
паршивеньких злобных мыслей.
I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. One of the drawers was empty, and I hid the mitten there. This simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed. And only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort, as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets. Olya? Who else would be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried up lips. Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. Hi, Bean.
We're playing Tiny Bunny.
I reached toward the curtains. Ba-dum, ba-dum, beat my heart, controlled by by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted return to the bed. Just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains. Brat. I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness.
Is that better, B?
We just need to turn this down then. Can you hear us better now?
Turn down the volume of the wow. How about my voice, B? Can you hear me? Because I have. Okay. Thank you for telling us that.
Yeah.
It comes in handy when someone tells us.
It does. It's not like we can hear the output. Well, I guess we could if we were wearing headphones. Ollie, hi. Can you go lay down, pretty boy? Can you go lay down?
It's probably potty break.
Oh, yeah. He probably does need a potty break. No.
We're gonna take a short little break to let the dogs out so they can fall back to sleep. We'll be right back. If you want to talk to them, you have a couple of people on stream. He's on here.
Oh, okay, cool. I wanted, like, read creepypastas and stuff, but Jordan Persigotti already does that. I don't want to, like, hop on the bandwagon.
Well, you can just tell them your interest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just for ideas for streams later, but, like I said, Jordan Persigotti's already got that. We don't want to step on those toes. What's up, stream? So, how's your days been going?
Come on in there.
Adara saw a squirrel. There is no squirrel. Okay, guys, I'm gonna read just this little bit of Hobo Heart fanfiction. It's like not even a full paragraph yet, but like trying to figure out where to take it. So it goes like this. Though the sunshine was warm and bright above her head before she entered the dense woods, it did not follow. No one but the lone witch was brave enough to trespass in the cursed forest that surrounded the solitary town. But Sylvie knew she would be safe. She had made a deal with the trees. Yeah, no, that's it. It's not even a full paragraph. I wrote something before, but it just didn't feel right, so I had to start over. This new mic is so shiny and pretty. I like it. I'm gonna play with her plugs. Okay, so there's this creepypasta that I really like called Hobo Heart, and it's just fan fiction about Hobo Heart by OC. I know it's cringe, but I don't care. I'm cringe, but I'm free. Lower my volume or lower the game? Yeah, I can do that. How's that? Okay. How about that? Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me over the music? Okay. If that's not it, I think I just saw the controls on her mic. Oh, yeah. Let me see what I can do. I can knock Meg's shit over. That's what I can do. Okay, let's see. Alright, she's using... Oh, that's why. Game capture is all the way up. Okay. Alright, you. How's that? You know what? I'm gonna turn it up to where we can hear it, and then I'm going to adjust to the volume with that in mind. Yeah, okay. I can hear it nicely from here. So, here's game audio. I'm gonna start at half, and you tell me. Hello, hello. Can you hear me over the music? Is the music too overpowering? You can hear me over it? Is the audio still too much? Or does it need to be turned up a bit? I've been doing it that way. Keep it at 100% in game? No. We've been turning down the TV. But it might not be the TV, it might be the game. Okay, so give me a second. How do you control this thing on the TV? I'm so like, there we go. No, I got it. Figured it out. You said menu before. Thank you. Yeah, okay, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna turn the music down to half. And the sounds down to half. What do you think? Is that good? That's good? Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna turn it up on the TV because I can barely hear it. There we go. Alright, I guess I'm gonna give Meg the driver's seat again.
Unless you want to drive.
No. Hi, sweet girl. Yeah, she is.
You gotta move up.
Yep.
Oh.
I got it figured.
Gotta get some warm water for my throat.
Honestly, yeah.
Did you want something warm?
Yeah, can you grab me a cappuccino, please?
Do you want vanilla or do you want white chocolate?
Surprise me. They both sound good.
Do you want sugar or no?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just a little.
Well, I don't have control over the sugar thing that's on it, but...
You don't have control over the sugar. Yeah, thank you for helping. You know, I probably would have thought about that if I was streaming by myself, but I kind of tend to put myself in the passenger seat during these streams. I don't know. I'd like to stream again. Like, you know, on my own channel. I just can't think of anything worth streaming. Nowadays, I just spend time on VR chat with my boyfriend. Some of the things that are said should not be said on stream. And honestly, we've just been watching creepypasta videos. Sweet. Thank you. Once I get my house in order and I can set up an actual streaming booth for myself, I'll probably do ASMR and my like crafts so you guys can see how I make them and what I make. I just finished a really nice bracelet for my boyfriend. I've got to make my matching one for him. I'm not gonna get all this stuff done by Christmas. His daughters are fucking cute. I'm so excited. Alright. Night, B. Thanks for checking in with us. We'll see you next time, okay? Will do. Night. I'm gonna continue playing with the board. Okay, a crow. Alright. I would just be spamming the yell button. I'm sorry.
What?
Oh,
Where'd
I
it go?
excited her.
Hi.
Oh, not really. I am loving the doggy cuddles. Alright, sweet girl. Oh my god, why are you so heavy? Okay. Move, please.
Hello. Okay, go lay down. Ollie, go lay down.
It's really good. Thank you, Meg.
I made it myself.
You did. You did great.
Oh, have a good night, Bean.
Oh, they've been gone.
Oh,
Yeah, they just like showed up to help with the audio and dipped.
well, she has to do farmers markets where she's at.
Oh,
with her
cool.
grandma, most likely.
That's awesome. I should actually start building up my store so I can do farmers market next year.
You want to keep going? We're back. The dogs have used the bathroom. Adara's trying to get her ball from underneath.
You have it, sweetie?
Yeah, she has it.
Okay. Smooth.
Go lay down. You can lay.
She's like, I can't. He's in my bed.
She takes her ball right underneath her feet.
Okay. Where's your ball? Uh-uh. Did I say you could sit on me? No.
Adara.
Okay. She'll figure it out on her own in a second.
Did you want to reread that, or did
Yeah.
you want to keep going?
I could. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, "But Dad, she's not some flashlight." But I brought her to the window one day, and sunlight poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light-woven child.
I saw everything.
Oh, really?
What did you hide?
She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice. "It's nothing, just..." Olya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked, Oh, sorry.
You stole it, something and hid it there. Are you a thief?
What? Don't be stupid. I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch.
I just realized something. She's wearing a
Yeah,
bunny
bunny.
rabbit.
Yeah. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figures standing behind black trees. Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Then show me.
Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Olya wore a plotting smile.
I swear on Mom's heart.
An oath she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Pioneer movement, an umbrella term for communist children organizations existing around the world, somewhat reminiscent of the Scout movement.
I'll turn you up a little more.
Yeah, this mic is pretty quiet. Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Is this someone's mitten?
She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw. A certain boy lost it, and got lost himself. Now you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander off into the forest, right?
He must be really cold without it. Will they find him?
They will. The police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
And why are they going to house and not the forest? Are they scared?
You know what? This tastes like a liquid Werther's.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
Werther's are good. The question caught me off guard.
gonna say, like, mine's good. And it's the same thing.
It's delicious. It tastes like a Werther's. Those things are good. The police aren't scared of anything. They've already scouted the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where the darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later, for me? I changed the topic.
This almost looks like an owl.
I mean, I can kind of see it if I squint. Yeah, okay, I can see, like, the wing and the horns. Yeah, alright, I see it. As if trying to get Olya as far away as possible from the forest thicket. We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself. A lot of stuff, like in the Wheel of Fortune. Sounds cool, right? We're getting flashed.
Oh, are we?
Yeah. Field of Wonders, a Soviet and Russian TV game show still running to this day, coming out every Friday, can be described as a partially adapted version of the Wheel of Fortune. Alright.
Interesting.
Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
What if the owl got him?
Nonsense. An owl wouldn't be able to lift a human. But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain. Stay away from the forest. I think it's... How should I put it? It's cursed or something.
Just like a fairy tale.
No, more like in that spooky tape our parents hid from us. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window.
I saw you running away. Someone was chasing you.
No, it's just... I was hurrying back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind, and her small fire would be gone.
You're lucky. Mom won't even let me go outside.
And she didn't let us either.
I'm like a princess in a tower. Can't go anywhere. I'll die from boredom here.
You're wrong. No one has ever died of boredom. And you have me and your cartoons, and Mom and Dad will be good to each other soon.
You know what? I would wish for him on my next birthday. I'd wish for Mom and Dad to turn into children so we could go and play together like we used to.
Yeah, and if you'd make them as small as bugs, we could put them in a little box. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Tasha, let's go watch Aladdin.
Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy. I'm too tired. I don't want to.
Come on. It's so boring alone. And Mom is always busy. We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before.
I know all of our tapes by heart at this point.
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? And so much happened after that. Let's go! Let's go!
Maybe a little bit later.
Should I tell you how it ends?
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
I won't tell you tomorrow. I know! Let's play hide and seek!
No, Olya.
And draw me a dino.
Olya, please.
Draw it! Draw it!
Excuse me. I'm getting sniffed up.
Do you need a Kleenex?
It's in my sinuses. Leave me alone already! I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying. All right, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit.
Don't wanna.
I came up to her and put my hand on her soft head. Let's go. Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Boo! You'll fall asleep again.
I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless. I promise I won't. And I'll draw you a full Triceratops later.
Hooray! Pops.
Well, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with a sleeve of her pajamas and a shining smile returned to her face.
I'll go ask Mom for
Condensed.
condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
All right, just be careful not to spill the milk, or you'll be yelled at again.
I'll throw it down the aisle. Wanna bet? I won't spill it. The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it.
Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room.
What the heck is making those noises?
The bed, I think. Olya's countless toys. An old teddy bear is the main attraction here. Olya doesn't sleep without it.
He's my protector.
And she digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps.
Smells like cotton candy.
Oh.
Let's see. Turn on the TV.
The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. Okay. The tube warmed up and familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker.
Ah, sorry.
Good. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise.
Oh. Okay. If you touch the eye in the upper right, you can reveal the hot spots in the scene. Too late now. Oh. Well,
Well, shit.
thank you for telling us that.
Yeah. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna? What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Olya had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. I found the tape I needed, thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle from its box. The tape inside it rustled while we were winding to the beginning. This rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Olya flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristly pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us, and Olya.
You haven't started without me, have you?
My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes. No, come sit.
Mom and Dad are arguing again.
They're going through rough times.
Choice between looking for a tape and turning new TV.
Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, it only gave us the text for one, so. Yeah, next time we should probably, like, play this, and before we make a choice, save it, like we keep trying to remember to do.
Yeah. I'll have to try to remember it.
Rough times are lame.
No one could say it better. On the screen, Wendy was holding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Olya was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too.
Yeah, right.
I'll have my own dog in Neverland, and a cat, and a parrot.
Olya smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me.
Oh, I thought it explained what kind of milk and stuff like that on condensed milk on that, but whatever.
I'm gonna try that when I get home.
Have you lost all of your baby teeth?
Obviously. Olya frowned, deep in thought.
Sorry for bothering. The TV choice is a bit hidden in the image.
Oh, that's just my alarm. Ignore that.
You just press the TV?
Yeah, I think it already passed, but it did say we could mess with the antenna.
Oh.
Yeah.
Peter Pan has a baby teeth. Peter Pan has baby teeth.
Okay. That's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
What if they won't let you go to his land with adult teeth?
We'll think of something.
Or ask Dad to alter your age in the passport.
And why would Dad forge documents? Olya took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full.
How long did he get that before?
He'll grow ears as big as Dumbo's. Olya got worried and touched her ear. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinker Bell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where no one ever ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Tasha, shut the curtain fast!
Why? No one's watching you.
It's dark! And when it's dark, the owl comes! I'm scared!
I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains.
Just close it.
Yeah. I did my best not to look outside toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest which seemingly drew closer and closer.
There was another option on the TV screen. It's visible, but at the same time, it's both blends in a bit with an image. So I've noticed that not everyone notices and can choose to look for videotape. Oh, alright.
Okay.
Thank you for telling us.
Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Tasha, Mom thinks I made the owl up. And Dad, too, thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. But the owl will exist! Honestly, it does! You do believe me, right? That it comes every night and...
I swiftly grabbed Olya's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you, all right? Just don't nag our parents about it anymore. They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you. Come and tell me if anything happens. And don't look out the window.
But it wants me to look.
Doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. Like it's made up, just like Mom and Dad say. It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olya's eyelids had dropped. She started snoring lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. Oh. She's so cute. I stood up and left Olya's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room.
Enough playing around. It's your first day at school tomorrow. Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right?
Adults think everything is so simple. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just a part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has come, after all. The day I feared the most. The first day of a new school term. Episode 2. Time to play with you.
So it's 2:08 right now.
Yeah?
Did you want to keep going?
Well, we can if you want to. I'm not particularly tired. How are you feeling?
I'm alright. I'm starting to get a headache, but I can take some aspirin.
No, if you're getting a headache, we should probably stop
No,
so you
it's
can
not
get
from,
some rest.
It's not from tiredness.
Oh, okay.
It's probably my sinuses.
Yeah, no, the fires and the smoke have been rolling in.
I'll just take some aspirin.
Alright.
That's the sucky thing about the fires here.
Yeah.
Give me my pills! Ooh. No, give it back. Hi!
Hey,
We're doing alright. How about you? Dropped one.
Oh, shoot.
taking aspirin.
Maybe they'll sleep.
I don't know if they'll sleep with aspirin. Might be too heavy on their stomach.
Yeah, they could just throw up.
Oh, I'm sorry that you're sick.
Oh, that's the worst.
A lot of people are getting sick lately.
It's just the season. Changing of the weather.
Yeah. 2 of my coworkers got sick at work.
Oh no.
And then one of my Kelly had Kelly just changed her pills and it caused her to get sick too.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Time to play with you. Probably save. Let's see, not over something that we already did.
New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates, who I always have trouble connecting with.
Oliver's running around.
Cute. Alright. I already read it. Oh, you're reading comments.
My academy wants to close on quarantine. Ooh.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry.
And he's giving us head pats.
Oh, thanks. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster, faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between the floorboards. I needed to watch my step, to survive at any cost. Hippity-hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as of someone being led up the scaffold towards a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on 2 floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. It took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life toward dubious adventures, and tagged alone like an old buddy, pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin fire break, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest's depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger. As if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. The tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. "Who's there?" The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could, from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game, where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected!" Tag, a kid's game where one player needs to tag other players by touching them with their hand, making them it. In certain zones, normally called the goal, players can stay safe from tagging. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear, and it got even closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul?
Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here, between the forest and the dormant village?
Will you say something, dummy? The cat got your tongue? Alright, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong.
A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for being scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving, and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask! It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you...
What about me? Never seen a fox feed a dog?
Oh. And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to... After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, and sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
So, you don't mean to... Huh? What's your name?
I am Anton. And you?
And I'm not.
She's weird. Definitely has a couple screws loose. She has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without a problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell him I befriended a talking fox. Do you live around here? In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up.
No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages.
So you live in the forest, then?
Have you been living under a rock? It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans. As long as they're foxes.
Her jokes were also weird. Excuse me. Just like her carnival mask, paper mache with fur glued onto it. A dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny, an uneaten part of a business lunch or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, a squirrel or a bear, for example.
Interesting.
I gotta remember that if I ever, have kids.
Yeah.
Because that's cute as hell. The stray strolled toward me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry. Why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose. And her human form along with them. Turning into a genuine beast. A real fox. Agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath that beastly mask.
I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie.
Sweet. Did she just say sweetie? Got embarrassed, went red up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once, when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was gray and skinny. But this girl was of fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers, that were searching for the dog's treat, stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object.
You'll see. The real beast will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces.
The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know. So, are you going to school?
Oh my. You are a real dummy. Don't you get it?
Welp, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugging me toward the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was as velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Oh, stop pouting. Look here.
Zolka.
Zoka took a liking to you.
The dog was digging through snow with sharp movements, snorting loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house, at its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light.
And maybe someone else, too.
I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking. And who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What's it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep? A certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Olya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland. On the night Vova had disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
Oh? That got you worried? For yourself or for someone else?
Olya, As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened, and cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Well then, listen closely. A boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest.
The fox girl stepped forward menacingly.
And I'm not its only tenant. The other beasts already know about you. Beware. We'll come again tonight.
I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance. Macarena.
Uh-huh. Hey, Macarena.
Macarena.
The fuck?
Look at you. Your mouth is agape. Antonia? He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you, by any chance, a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside that late. Children go missing here, you know?
I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death.
Hey, why don't you stop bundling your glasses? I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me, and maybe you'll become smarter. Remember, what do they call foxes?
Cunning? My words seemed to hurt her.
Hey, what did you...
Sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help you look for your Vova. There's a reason why you're doing it, right?
I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming.
I know why children have been swarming our forests recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there. One day, I saw a huge pile of candy once, and I swam into it until my jaw cramped.
A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time. That's funny.
Ooh, so worried.
So wary.
So wary. Well, what will you say to this then?
She held out her hand in a furry mitten. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. Kiosks, small container-type shops selling a wide assortment of products, from bubblegum to vodka, clothing, or even home appliances. These types of pops were These types of shops were popular in the 90s Russia, and more often than not tied to criminal organizations. Interesting. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it. Turbo.
Turbo!
A triangular fox face poked her nose toward me.
Take some. My pockets are full of these.
Let's see if we can click anywhere but those two places. And then we could always save before we click. Okay. So what do you want to do?
I'm trying to remember if we...
I think we took the candy.
Should we refuse it and try it that way, or...
Yeah,
should
we could see
try
what
it?
happens. No, thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I've made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hands of some weird girl. What if she found it in a snow pile? Or what if it's prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when you unwrap it? I'm allergic to sweets.
Alert? What?
She sounded puzzled.
Are you living in the world of pills and mixtures?
Well, more or less. The fox whistled. Her palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes, now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared.
And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right? And you have those...
She clicked her fingers, trying to remember something. Nice.
I'll just bump the Mondays.
Yeah. I smiled.
Man, you're a difficult case. I prescribed you a kilo of chocolate to battle your boredom, young man.
Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway. Or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl.
What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without his second mitten then.
The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible.
The forest reacted to her words. It became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears, just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me again with her eyes. Wild beasts?
You find that scary?
Well, I don't know.
He doesn't know. Oh my. Have I befriended a dunce?
I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded nice. My grades are good.
Really now? Will you come with me, good grade Anton? We'll find your vulva, and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. You'll see.
Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind. I don't believe you.
Do you take me for a liar? Whatever, you're just like everybody else.
The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. I remembered my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me. Please, don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice. Like in fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Then follow me into the forest, and you'll get to know me. But not right now. When it gets bright, I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want you to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school.
After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. Well, if we're going in the same direction... We went toward the school and lost Dawn. Here and there, the lights came on in the windows of houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains. Dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from chimneys. TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber, while carefully treading the snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one, and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me, some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence. "So, what's your name?"
Here it comes. Names, names, names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give to a fox like me?
I don't know. But I've read about Alyssa the fox.
You know what? I don't mind. I'll be Alyssa.
I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around, as if looking for an answer from the dog, from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with Mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books, I just kept on imagining my peers, rolling down the railings, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last of hope for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
I'll wait for you at the backyard after school. Near the hangman.
Near what? She just ignored my question.
Don't be late.
I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about Mom helped me reply. I'm going straight home after school.
Well, and Tasha, I'm going to let you off the hook. But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easy. Remember my words.
The fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. Oh. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets and dough, toward the light raining down onto the snow. Honk. Click the eye. Oh, okay. So that shows all the places we can click. Whose nest is this, I wonder? A thieving magpie? Then it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, or child braces. There was a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby, with one of its front wheels perched up on the icy curb. Black like smooth, as if it was straight out of the horror story Dad loved to tell me when we hid in the attic during a thunderstorm. I remember him always wearing a sad smile while mentioning the black car that snatched children. He would say, "It looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all. And it has DSC in its license plate. Do you know what that means? Death to Soviet children." Funny, I was born in the USSR, too. the kids, it looks like, and then the teacher.
Which one do you want to do?
Well, you've already landed on the teacher. A tall man was standing near the gate, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. Was he a PE guy, maybe? I carefully studied his face that looked like it was cut from a piece of granite, and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. The light from the cigarette was reflected in his eyes that were sitting deep inside his eye sockets. I froze in place. The hulking man lazily tore off his eyes from us and walked toward the road. Okay, now the kids. A buzzing crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I'd better not draw their attention. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board.
Oh, looks like the only thing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the eye in the corner, so. Attention, child missing. Vova Matyukin, 10 years old. Vova Matyukin, 10 years old, grade 4B. He left his home on January the 5th around 1600, which is 4 p.m., and never returned. Was last seen at the bridge over the Smorodina River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, a black wool cap, a scarf, and mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. Features: 142 centimeters tall, skinny, brown hair, and green eyes. Please call these numbers if you have any information on Vova's whereabouts. And then there's numbers on the bottom. Child missing. Vova Matyukin. That was his name. A 4th grader. On that grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme.
For the fox and for the bear, bunny, tasty meal prepare.
I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. Oh, this fucking bitch again.
I forgot about her.
She was also looking pompous, stomping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear.
I'm a spoiled brat.
Mm-hmm. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Ekaterina,
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's a
the
teacher.
teacher.
Ekaterina, take this plate.
The teacher opened the classroom door and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a tall, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters and he looked like the insides of a pomegranate. A bad feeling rose up the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him.
Move your legs, moron.
The boy flew head first, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all the kids in, and the corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagined myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. The ringer's trill blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort, then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I'm the transfer student. I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages.
Your last name.
Petrov.
Huh? What are you mumbling there? And why are you farting?
Sorry. It's the tacos. Okay.
Say it clearly.
Petrov.
You're not on the list.
She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast.
Are you sure? I don't have you in my registry.
My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to the classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Apparently, everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing.
What's wrong with this school?
The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion.
Why do we hire so many interns. They're all known. They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips. But when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? We've had this same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back. After I have a little chat with them.
The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Like a convict in front of a firing squad. I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me.
I'm the new teacher.
Yeah. I would have just started in on that bit. They prickled my skin, danced on it like laser sights. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump, with the wind in my back as my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom.
I'm trying to figure out if it's I know.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out if it should be a boy or girl voice. Wipe the board!
It was easy to guess who the main pranksters here.
Hey, Four Eyes! You're not only blind, but also deaf? I said wipe the board!
My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers that be.
And what should I do with you now? Where will you sit?
Oh no.
You can sit with
Semyon.
Semyon, I guess. He's alone anyway. No way!
The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly, and smirked.
Are you back to your old tricks? Should I call your grandma here again?
The classroom went silent.
And what you gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Put away your backpack now.
Semyon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me. I can sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat. The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me.
Fine, go there for now. And you, Baron, I'll have a talk with you later. Come to me after classes. You'll be on cleaning duty, got it?
Semyon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, ripe for the taking. That's so gross, oh my god. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. I took my seat at the back, at the last table, where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats, and the class was ready to start.
Now, this is settled. Let's start the class. Today's theme is Tradition of Russian and International Literature in
Zashenkos.
Don't lie.
The fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks, and months of bullying. "I've got my eye on you," said his watery look. After just a couple of periods, I had already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Ew. Then, at the cafeteria, this Semyon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. Compote, a dessert drink brewed from a mix of dry fruit and berries. That sounds pretty good. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some sort of liquid from his hands would get on me. Just before the final period for today, Semyon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. Oop! They made way, cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before. Right in her chest.
Ow!
I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. "I'm sorry, are you all right?" Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips.
Will you look at him? Groping me in front of everyone?
I'll tell my mom.
They'll expel you, pervert.
There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit-up match to the chafer beetle. "I didn't mean to. He pushed me."
We all saw that. You blind among us.
We all saw that, no blind among us.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
We all saw that, no blind among us.
She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Semyon's laughter cooled my head.
I pushed you? You sure?
He swaggered up to me, enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground.
Like this, huh? What you gonna do now?
The bully towered over me, as if saying, "Come on, hit me. Let me see you try."
Fight back! Push, push, push.
Oh, if you hover over it, you can see his face change. Okay, and then endure. Oh. What do you think? I think we should save, first and foremost. What should we do? You look like you want to fight back.
Pretty much.
Alright, let's do it. Let's fuck this guy up.
We're probably gonna get our ass whooped.
Oh, probably. But, Listen, you. My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Semyon wore a mocking smile. Oh my god, somebody give that kid a toothbrush.
Also, make him wash his face once in a while.
Yeah, no kidding.
Go on, Four Eyes. Why did you stop? You're all waiting. We're all waiting.
If you ever touch me again... Semyon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
I did. So what?
If you ever do it again...
Here. One more. And again. And again. And again.
He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. Bless you. I must not cry, or I'll be done for.
What will a wimp like you do to me?
My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Oh. Boxed his ear. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Semyon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies.
Lilia Pavlovna.
Yep, nailed it.
I don't
Pavlovna.
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 Petrov just hit Burburn.
She's such a brat.
Oh, this is the girl, right?
Yeah.
Lilia Pavlovna. I'm saying it wrong.
Pavlovna. Petrov and Baburin.
Petrov just hit Burburn.
Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even wider, like the heads of larvae. Blech. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me.
You are F done.
His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped into my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Semyon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home, forgetting all about me? I heaved a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous. Semyon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water was coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone, a sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. Oh, yeah, no, they definitely gave him weird eyes. I remembered his smile. Him looking at me. And the fact that he's most likely already dead.
Hello? Hold on. Hello?
I shuddered and turned around.
Dun, 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 dun,
She
dun.
is a little cutie. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. Oh. She sat in the first row of the second column. Could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook. Hello. I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
It was cool, the way you hit him.
It was just an accident. Almost. I started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands.
Semyon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the upperclassmates were fear Semyon. Did you know? But you're different. You're brave.
I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right. Me? Brave? A hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
Do you live over the river? In the wooden house?
Yeah.
Must be scary living there. And you also have a cross.
I have to cross the forest.
And you also have to cross the forest. I wouldn't be able to do that.
I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail, of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied. It's not that scary. What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Well, actually, never mind. My name is Polina, by the way.
And I'm Anton.
I already knew that. Hey, Anton.
She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
What are you doing after school?
My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant. Nothing much. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence.
You forgot the box.
This game is so pretty. Alyssa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes and the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after school? Or was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, lured me into the forest's embrace.
I have a violin lesson and then I'll be free. My grandpa hired me a private tutor. Our music teacher is a violinist and he doesn't have anyone to teach here except for me.
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alyssa out of my head. I looked at Paulina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small, and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me.
They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Normally, Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately.
I snuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick, just like the portrait on a gravestone.
I mean, I'm not a coward. It's just, I think I'll be safer together with you. Will you go home with me, Anton?
There it was. Finally, everything I read about in the adventure books, everything that I dreamt about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Semyon instantly sobered me up, returning me back to Earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will see all of that. And she'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state. I doubt I'll be able to today. You know, Semyon is waiting for me outside. I need to deal with him one-on-one, like a man. Oh my god, this fucking loser.
Poor kid. I need to deal with him like a man.
Gets knocked out for breathing.
I'm a man. Getting beat up and he's just saying, I'm a man. Nonsense.
Paulina brushed off some hair from her forehead, and I sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Paulina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulp it down and still wanted more. I remembered the summer evenings at the country house, the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom, resting in the hammock. My dad putting meat on a skewer. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals, and our parents' laughs, and the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Do you really think that Savage will give you a fair fight? He'll just swarm you with his friends without giving you a chance to catch a breath.
Paulina suddenly flashed a devious smile.
But if we go together, they will be put off. I'm not only the first violin of the village, I'm also a girl. I've heard from a delinquent. I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around. Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor.
Okay, but he fucking did it in front of Katya.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Katya counts, because she's kind of pulling his strings.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she pretty much wanted that kind of attention.
Mm-hmm. A delinquent, you know? I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome?
Oh, I have to go to music class.
She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing. Paulina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. Yeah, 'cause she's really young, bud. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked more alluring.
Can you play anything?
My parents bought me a guitar a couple of years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Change. We're all waiting for change. Soy's song echoed my thoughts and my desires to change something. Oh, I see. That was supposed to be a song. Well, I don't know that song, so. Okay. A singer and a frontman of a popular Soviet rock band, Kino, that played a mix of new wave and post-punk. Oh, right up my alley then. Their hit song is Paramen, Changes, is one of the most popular rock tracks of the new Russian era. Died in a car accident. Let me write that down, because I need to go look that up.
Okay.
I'm always wanting to add to the goth music playlist. Okay. The boyfriend messaged. Let me check. Okay, ready. Okay. That guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more. I don't, sadly.
A pity. Oh well, I'll be going. Bye.
Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Her shoes also echoed through the school hallways. Bye. I wasn't sure if Paulina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty, just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Semyon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Paulina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running, away from the killers lurking in the woods at night, Paulina was worth the risk. Bro, you met her 5 minutes ago. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Vova, and this will bring me a reward. More money will almost guarantee peace in my family. No, sweetie, it won't. Gifts for Olya? I imagine my sister happy like those girls that get prizes from Suponev in the finest hour. Sergei Suponev, a Soviet and Russian TV host, the most prolific showman of the Russian kids' TV in the 90s. He hosted teen quizzes as well as computer entertainment shows. Suponev died on December 8th, 2001, when he crashed his snowmobile into a river pier. Oh, that's sad. She'll be dancing with the famous singers, maybe a new popular boys band like Ivanushki International.
And they're dead too.
Yeah, Ivanushki. Ivanushki, yep, I got it. A Russian boy band that was popular in the 90s and early 2000s and consisted of 3 singers. Its songwriter and vocalist, Igor Sorin, died to a fall from the 6th-story balcony. The official police report claimed it to be a suicide. Oleg Yakolev substituted him in the band and later died from cirrhosis. Horrible. These poor people. Mom and Dad hugging in the Ostankino pavilion. And then all of us going to Disneyland.
The only thing that crosses my mind is, why does he think there's going to be a reward for the finding the kid?
I mean, there's always a reward for finding missing persons.
Not all the time.
Well, kid can dream, I guess. Okay. Paulina or Alyssa? Save it. Who do you want to go with?
I thought I would like Melissa's.
Yeah? We could do Alyssa. Or Paulina, whoever.
Well, which one do you want to go for?
I kind of want to choose Paulina.
Alright.
Snow danced in the air outside the window, following the rhythm of the music that was flowing from around the corner. I jumped off the windowsill and started walking along the hallway, curiosity eating away at me. The half an hour I'd spent here waiting crawled at snail's pace. I wanted to see Paulina again. The music became louder. It streamed out of the half-open door at the far end of the corridor. My music taste was limited to Letov, Shevchuk, the timeless classics, and pop songs I saw on TV. Igor Letov, a singer and a frontman of the band Grazdanskaya Oborona, that played a mix of garage punk and psychedelic rock. Letov is posthumously considered the godfather and the patriarch of Russian punk rock and of the most influential members of the punk movement in Russia. Died peacefully in his sleep. Well, at least he died peacefully. Along with music videos that would sometimes be put on tapes as teasers before a movie. But this violin melody captivated me. It felt like a master woodcutter working with delicate wood, a fragile crystal toy, a gust of warm wind. I pressed my cheek against the doorway. Paulina was hiding from me in the far end of the classroom, but a shadow that fell on the wall definitely belonged to a girl with a violin. The movements of her bow were so graceful that I felt like I was getting carried away on the waves of music. My heart broke the barrier of my rib cage and started hopping around. Faster and faster, it jumped on snow piles, gliding between the pines toward the fiery sun above the windfall.
Got tired of waiting?
I was so deep in thought that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps. After bathing in music, Paulina felt even more magical. Oh, not really. I was thinking about my comic. For some unknown reason, I lied.
You draw comics?
Oh no. Yeah, well, I mean, I want to draw one.
Oh. And what will it be about?
About the most charming and kind girl that plays a violin, who somehow happened to be in this house of horror. About a fox. Oh, I mean, about talking animals who help children who get lost to return home from the woods. And then they dance in the night.
Wow. Sounds interesting. Did you come up with it yourself?
I lowered my gaze. I got inspiration from looking out the window.
Do you want to do
Horizon is gonna join us. Just watching the stream.
All right.
Okay. Okay, he's got the link. We descended to the first floor. I opened the door in front of Paulina. Dad told me how essential it is to be a gentleman.
So you're an artist, huh? I had a hunch you were different. Special.
Are you joking? Me? I'm absolutely average.
Simeon is an average one. An average idiot.
Okay, what did he do to her?
And you carry something kind and fluffy inside.
Something barked near my leg when we were crossing the schoolyard, interrupting Paulina. Oh, shit. Don't worry, it's just Zulka. I stood on one knee and rubbed the barking dog behind the ear. It was frantically wagging its tail like it was some sort of propeller. I looked around the yard, trying to find Alyssa. But the fox girl was nowhere to be found, neither in the yard nor on the road.
Leave it be. It's a stray, you know. What if it has pests?
No, this one has an owner. I think. Paulina looked at the playful dog with disgust, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Okay, then. Do you have any food on you?
I think I have something left. We'll feed it and go, alright?
She took out a sandwich out of her bag and threw it to Zulka.
Oh, did I press the X button?
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoops. The little dog rushed to her banquet, swept away the bread with her nose, and started eating the bologna. What a picky eater. Come on, eat everything. Paulina tugged my sleeve, egging me on. Hey, what's wrong? She must not. She replied with laughter. The violin girl had literally dragged me out of the school gate, stifling laughs into a fist. I turned around. Zulka followed us with sad eyes as we were leaving. The dog looked especially lonely with the school as the backdrop. And then Paulina just stopped laughing. She walked alongside me with a blank stare, completely silent.
Don't spread pests. Pests.
Is it here?
No.
Did this person, they were here before, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Don't spread pests.
Her remark turned out pretty harsh. Was it really the stray's fault she had to live in the street?
They always attack people later.
Oh.
A pack of these almost killed my grandpa last winter.
That's horrible. Is he still not feeling well?
He's paralyzed now. He will never be able to walk again.
I remember the scary pack of dogs that was chasing me just a while ago. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Paulina showed me another enchanting smile, her eyes half closed.
What matters is that we understand each other now.
I forgot all about Zulka after she said that. Some third graders were throwing snowballs at each other and singing.
1, 2, time to
play with you.
The owl? Olia. An image of my sister, sitting near the window, bored, looking for me in the twilight, flashed before my eyes. I promised myself that I will go home as soon as I escort Paulina. What's this song the kids are singing? It's the second time I've heard it today. We were walking down the main street. Somewhere near, a tractor was grumbling, cleaning snowdrifts. Ravens flew across the ashen sky. A flock of black birds circled above us, like scary crosses that ran away from graves.
Hey, welcome.
Hi! Is it him?
I think so.
Hi, love. Hi. Here, I'll pull up my Twitch so I can see conversation. Glad you're here. Okay, I think I read this part.
Oh, the owl one? It's just a local nursery rhyme. Grandpa used to sing it to me when I was little. He's very knowledgeable about local history and folklore.
And what does that rhyme sound like?
Listen.
She started walking backwards, facing me and smiling.
1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. 6 on end, the wolf's grave, for we'll stand. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. For the poor, for the fox and for the bear, funny, tasty meal prepare.
I thought that I'd already met a fox this morning. Thankfully, I hadn't met any wolves or bears. As I was looking at the girl by my side, I became strangely brave, so I said something unexpected. You have a beautiful voice. Paulina adjusted her hair, slightly embarrassed.
Thanks.
And is that the end of the rhyme? Did the bunny prepare those meals?
Who knows? Nobody will be able to tell you now. It's really old. I even say ancient. There's a legend related to it, though. Want me to tell you?
Of course.
All sorts of tribes had lived in the taiga back in the day. Grandpa told me they had this well, some sort of retie.
Right.
Right when a boy was ready to become a man.
I listened closely. I mean, I was also really close to that age myself.
They would lead him into the woods, where he needed to spend 3 days hunting. There's a legend about a young man who went into the taiga and never returned, and then suddenly came back when they already stopped looking for him. He was covered in scratches, dirt, and cold.
I imagined sleeping among the pines and bear lairs.
His family rushed to help him, but he just fell unconscious. They brought a shaman. He looked at the young man and his face became grim. He told them that he was in bad shape. The young man convulsed until the morning, repeating the rhythm over and over. Over and over. 1, 2, time to play with you. Admit Taga itself was whispering to him. And when the sun came out, he died. But the shaman said that he was already dead when he returned. He came out of the woods as a living corpse and whispered the rhythm with his dead lips.
I froze in fear. Are you sure that's not some horror movie?
Folklores can be way scarier than movies, believe me. Grandpa said that this tribe just uprooted in a hurry and left to the south.
They must have been brave. If they lived here. Paulina kicked one of the snow piles with her small boot.
Brave but stupid. Do they need a corpse to appear from the forest for them to understand?
Understand what?
That they needed to get out of here. There's the big word.
World.
There's a big world. And then there's our village. The world.
She spread her arms wide.
The village.
She showed a distance that was almost invisible with her 2 fingers.
I often imagine big cities. I can look at the globe for hours. Or at Around the World magazine from the library. They have such pretty names. Just listen.
Reykjavik?
Reykjavik?
Yep. Russian word.
Yes, that.
Tel Aviv?
Tel Aviv. Music to my ears. Yeah, if we were able to say it right.
Yeah, really.
Beautiful! Oh, it was so lovely.
She started circling, her eyes shut dreamingly. The forest towered before us, touching the low clouds. The road fell into the semi-dark between the trees.
I could have conquered the stage, performing in front of thousands. And I have stage fright.
Oh, no, that was his.
Oh.
And I have stage fright.
Oh, you'll get famous another way, by drawing. We both have a future. But what about, say, Semyon? He may just get fatter. And
He'll be selling pierogi.
yeah, made from dogs.
We burst out laughing, exercising worry from our minds with lighthearted fun.
If somebody will ever trust him with selling them.
Oh, you're right. He can probably eat a whole lot of them in one go.
Like I thought, the forest is less scarier when you're not alone.
I looked around. The snow was sparkling, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. My pulse fastened from the thought that we were alone. Yeah, you were right. Oh, it's that guy again. Oh, it's a cutscene. We can't click on anything.
We could have clicked on him.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Paulina rushed through the fire break.
Don't fall behind.
I never fall behind.
You know the way you speak? Just like a hero from adventure books.
Was she complimenting or mocking me? I didn't want to look for the hidden meaning, not when we're on such a wonderful walk. I mean, I like books.
Oh, a well-read man. Intriguing.
A man? Really? I got embarrassed and my cheeks turned beet red, but I still thanked fate for being able to wander around the forest with Paulina like this. The girl suddenly stopped and stared into the darkening thicket without making a sound, as if waiting for something. I felt uneasy all of a sudden. And then she asked me in a cold voice,
Have you been there?
"Where? Deep in the woods?" Paulina burst out laughing again, shattering my anxious thoughts.
No, silly. In the big world.
Hmm.
In cities with musical names.
Does Moscow sound musical to you? To me, it sounds like the croaking of a frog. Paulina froze and looked at me in disbelief.
You've been in Moscow?
Yeah. When I was little. Paulina's eyes started sparkling.
What's it like?
Well, it's beautiful. Noisy. Neon lights everywhere.
Ollie, lay down. Neon lights?
It felt like she was savoring those words.
Have you been in the Red Square?
Of course. It's so bumpy. I've been to SUM, to TSUM, and VDNKH too. Alright, we're gonna have to see what those mean. Okay. TSUM, Central Universal Department Store. One of the biggest department stores.
Adara!
Seriously, you two? I'm getting away before one of them accidentally bites me.
Adara! Go lay down.
Go lay down. Go.
Go on. If you have to lay on my bed, I don't care.
I think somebody stepped on somebody's foot.
Probably.
Alright.
I think Ollie was trying to get around her and just stepped on her.
Whoops. TSUM, Central Universal Department Store, one of the biggest department stores in Europe, situated in downtown Moscow. It was founded in 1885 as Mir and Miraless Co. After the Soviet Revolution. The store was nationalized and given its contemporary name in 1933.
And died. No.
Yeah, and died. VDNKH, Exhibition of Achievements of National Economy, the second biggest exhibition complex in Moscow. It's present in the top 50 biggest European exhibition centers list. 49 architectural pieces on the complex's territory are considered cultural heritage monuments. Okay. I loved the metro the most. It smelled like...
Like what?
She ran up to me, grabbed me by the sleeve, and stared in my eyes with clear interest. I can't describe it.
Can you draw it?
What, a smell?
Great museums can play
Musicians.
smells. Musicians can play smells.
Museums can play smells. You're lying.
I'll give you the cassettes later.
She started twirling in the falling snow again.
I'll definitely go to Moscow. But first to
Vienna.
Vienna. It's my dream. The capital of music. Resort.
Mozart, Beethoven, and
Mozart,
Strauss.
Strauss.
Yep. Philharmonic Orchestra. She's saying a lot of big words. Okay. If you want help, I can help you.
Natural opera. I'll be performing and you drawing.
Her enthusiasm spread to me. I wanted to do something right this moment.
And where do you want to go?
I sighed and confessed. To Disneyland. I remembered the Finest Hour show again. Olya preferred Call of the Jungle, but I always spent my Mondays in front of the TV. Colorful tables with numbers on signs, and a charming Mr. Suponev at the wheel. And the prizes. Chocolate eggs, video equipment, and the most exciting one, a trip to Disneyland for the winner. My parents promised to take me there, to the land of the mouse, and I believed them at first. Well, maybe they also believed it back then too. Now they just reply with silence every time I ask about it, and it saddens me to no end. I have just 3 words on my mind in those moments. But you promised. Paulina had seemingly read my mind.
Getting there is easier than we think. Everybody has the power to mold their fate.
She picked up 2 handfuls of snow. And then, as if she forgot about everything, showed me a sly smile.
Want to make a snowman?
Sure.
You want to build a snowman?
They're gonna pick up snow and there's gonna be a fucking dead body under it or some shit.
Oh, that's always good. They're making the snowman and they
Yes.
roll a snowman into a dead body.
Yeah, they fucking roll a corpse into the snowman. Horrible. When I get back home, I'll make a snowman for Olya, too. She'll be so happy. But for now... We were almost done with the first ball, rolling it shoulder to shoulder. Paulina was laughing. Locks of her hair fell on her lively face. She was so cute when she blew them away.
Why is your ball so small?
Yeah, Anton, why is your ball so small?
It only worked as a head.
It just keeps getting better.
Make it bigger. And we're perverts.
Yeah.
Don't be lazy.
I couldn't remember the last time. I couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun. Paulina swept her now crimson lips.
Did you ever wish to go to another planet?
Something flashed in her eyes when she said that. I couldn't really put my finger on what it was. To another universe, even. Paulina sighed in what felt like relief.
Then you should understand me.
Our palms glided across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had.
He wrote on there.
Okay. Oh, come on, you stupid thing. It's not freaking loading. Okay, just read it to me, because it's being stupid!
Olaf, no, I have seen Frozen like 500 times.
Yeah, 2 little girls. That doesn't surprise me.
Adara!
Maybe we should let them go outside and play.
Well, they might have to use the bathroom.
Yeah. It smells like somebody farted.
You have to go to the bathroom? Go. Dara, go. We'll be right back. Dara, go. Let's go pee.
Why are you being a butthead, Adara? Gosh. Okay, so Meg is taking the dogs to do whatever they need to go do. Play, poop, something. And it's just me here. Yeah, sorry, love. I am out of shit to say. Are you up for the day, or did you just wake up to check on me? Press the voice change button, guys. Is this even on? I don't think it is. So that wasn't on this whole time. Whoops. No, I'm just sitting here battling the urge to play with the soundboard. Guess I will write while I wait. I got like the first start of a paragraph done. But I just kind of froze here. Yeah, so basically it starts, though the sunshine was warm and bright above her head before she entered the dense woods, it did not follow. No one but the lone witch was brave enough to trespass in the cursed forest that surrounded the solitary town. But Sylvie knew she would be safe. She had made a deal with the trees. And I just haven't, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what deal that could have been, or if I just want that to be metaphorical. Not sure. Oh man, sneeze attack. Our palm. Let me know when you're ready.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Our palms glided across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had.
Hold on. There it is.
Is your mic on?
Could be.
Yeah.
Hello. Yep.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Then another one popped up. We lifted it from two sides and placed the one that served as a foundation. Finally, Paulina helped the third ball to get on top of the other two.
Getting the head to the right place is what I do best. Do you by any chance have a carrot?
Alas, there was no fear, no worry at this clearing. I became more daring, ran toward the thicket to crack a couple branches. I pulled at the intertwining windfall, but Paulina's voice suddenly awakened me from my delusion.
Anton! Someone is standing there.
How creepy. I turn around, puzzled. Paulina was looking at me. No, at something behind my back. She stared at it, her brows furrowed. Not a single trace was left of the cheerful atmosphere we had a moment ago. Paulina? She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the darkness that was approaching the trees in the distance.
Someone is standing there. A crooked silhouette? A crooked silhouette, see? Rubbing the pines with their huge hands.
I turned around, directing my eyes where she was pointing to. The area around the dry raspberry bushes was empty. There's nothing there.
It hid behind the tree.
The collar of my coat felt suffocating. I pulled on it instinctively. I felt a spasm in my stomach. I smiled weakly and asked, hoping for a good answer. Is this a prank? Paulina seemingly lost all her words. She just continued staring deep into the endless forest. Bravery check, I thought. So I stepped toward the glossy black trunk, Paulina's gaze pushing me in the back. I was trying to muster all my courage, but my inner voice was telling me to stop, to curl into a ball, to play dead even. Anything but go there into the writhing darkness. The twilight was sucking me in, limiting my vision. The clearing was a deep well, its walls prohibiting the sunlight from reaching its bottom. I heard the air ring. Or was it ringing in my ears? One step. 2 steps. I bit my lip to stop myself from screaming if anything happened. There was nobody behind the pine. I sighed and turned back to Paulina. Paulina, there's nobody... Ugh. Antoshka.
Yo, Antoshka.
From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Semyon with a bunch of his cronies.
Who do we have here? Check out the Four Eyes Freak, eh?
Paulina let out a shriek when the bastards shoved her away from me. They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back.
The poor snowman didn't have a chance.
Nope. Dickheads. Semyon's heavy leg blasted through the snowman's belly. The balls we rolled crumbled, becoming a mushy mess with just a single broken branch poking out. Paulina gasped angrily. I also felt the touch of scalding hatred. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery. Paulina, don't be scared! I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Why should she be scared? Worry about yourself.
The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Well, piss your pants, sucker?
I heard Paulina's angry voice from behind.
Stay away from him!
It would have been better if Paulina wasn't around. I wish she wouldn't see me in such a shameful position.
Look at this, guys. A girl is defending him.
Ugh, brats.
Yeah, what a fucking wimp. You're freaking with the wrong guy, transfer student.
Semyon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Bobarin wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. They decided against hitting me. They probably wanted to humiliate me in front of the girl first. Damn it!
Hey,
If you can't say it, I'll say it.
go ahead.
Hey, Faggot Jr.
And who's that? Another of your girlfriends?
Oh, a wolfie lady.
He has a freaking
Harem.
harem, eh? Oh.
Only then I noticed Zolka between my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. It probably ran all the way from the schoolyard, searching for our smell. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Oh my. Come here, you lion-ridden bitch.
The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up, and she started carefully moving closer. No, don't do it.
Yeah, come here. I've got something for you.
Oh, Zolka! The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on the tree branches let out frightened caws. Then I noticed something strange. Paulina could hardly keep herself from smiling. Does she really hate dogs so much that what this skinny guy did amused her? After locking eyes with me, she changed her jubilant smirk to a thoughtful grimace. Why isn't she running away? I thought in horror. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or was that just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Rumka, it won't be able to shit after that. Let me kick the thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive.
But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
What? Are you an idiot? Go and show the Four Eyes his place. In a way he'll understand. Yeah, he frickin' owes you. The wimp wrecked ya in front of the whole class. Sure thing.
Semyon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
In a moment, I'll hit your faggot face so hard it'll leave a mark for the rest of your life.
Where did all my inner strength and bravery go? Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes. They're going to gang up on me and beat me up. Ow.
Roma, tell them to stop! Sorry, but the boy needs to sort this out man to man. And you just stand aside and watch.
Biasha.
Rasha, give me a hand.
Semyon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I fell on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Did you hear him whimper? Is he actually faggot or something?
It's pronounced faggot.
I know it is, but I'm not gonna say it.
I can reclaim it, so I'll say it all day. I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it. It was cut off and a ball of nettle was sewn in its place.
Why so silent,
Antoshka.
Kashka? Come on, tell us. Are you a fidget?
At this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the Sprouts ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts. Morons! Did you know that my dad is also a fag? Oh, wait, no, that was Biasha.
It's also a fag?
Semyon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs. He knows Aikido, got it? And he's a vet. He'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed. One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stomping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. Did he believe me? No. Or was he confused by my face, twisted with rage?
Vet, you say? My dad also fought the war. In Africa.
An Afghan.
An Afghan. And yours?
Mine too.
Oh, really? And what force did he serve in?
I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
He's full of shit, Ramaka. You're as fuck. Hey. Do you think I'm so easy to trick? I can see through all your lies, little bitch.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Well, you've asked for this. A teacher saved you at school, but here... You're fucked. That's right. Pray that they find your dead body spring, eh? If only you stayed silent, wouldn't have lost a hair. Hitting Fatso is one thing, but fucking with stuff like Afghanistan, where my dad spent time under fire on international duty, is fucking
Dashtamargo.
Dashamago.
Okay, we gotta look it up. Dashtamargo, a desert region in the southern province of Helmand and Nimruz in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated into English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran there. That's pronounced Sioma.
Pounding Sima.
The delinquents closed in on me again, and then I ended up in front of Semyon. Blood was pumping in my temples.
Roma, please stop them. You've proven your point. Let us go. You could go anytime. And we'll take out the trash in the meantime.
What bugged me at that moment wasn't even the humiliating attitude from Romka, but rather how sweet Paulina had addressed him. The delinquents were pushing the girl toward the pines. Branches were swaying back and forth, as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies. Oh yeah, that's gonna end well.
What are you fucking Mike Tyson?
This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. If I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Give me your shit, Antoshka. They'll get in the way.
I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and then put the blade to my neck.
Hey, easy, buddy. I can make it painful.
I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Romka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Paulina shrieked. Romka winked at her as if saying, "Don't worry, I've got this." Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my backpack.
Are you hiding something from us? Some rat stole my school shoes. Let me see if it was. And what this?
Romka gave me a dubious smile. Bunny scissors.
Maybe the sister put it in there.
Yeah.
So what do we have here?
My text and notebooks fell in snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like... a mask. Roma lifted it high, as if showing it to someone else, to someone in the treetops in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Semyon laughed.
It's way past New Year's, moron. Or are you really loony?
It's not mine.
Well, come, it's not. How come it's not? It was in your backpack.
Romka was watching this scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
Savages, is this the first time you see a mask? As shitty as this? Yeah. You know what? Put it on.
Why?
'Cause I'm telling you to. You'll hop like a bunny for us. Yeah. Come on. Or you'll leave a yup.
Pantless.
Pantless. Yeah.
Not when Paulina's here. I won't.
Sima, put it on him.
Biasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run, won't get away. They'll catch me. And then? No, I won't run. I won't abandon Paulina. Let me warn you, Sioma.
Yeah, let me warn you, Sima. If he won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it? This piece of shit won't? Just look at him. He's a total loony. This loony had already smacked you in the face. Wongsa's right. Come on, Fristovo. Fatso, assert your freaking dominance. Or we'll make you hop so hard your pig tits will fall off.
He must indeed be scared of Romka. Semyon swore silently and glared first at me, then at Paulina. Here. Oh, you.
Here. You'll fit better this way.
He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Romka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Semyon something. but then he suddenly stopped. Paulina covered her face with her hands in terror. Semyon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Put it on, fast! Or you're dead.
The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet despite everything, it felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin, if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter. The ears will tremble like they're alive. Just need to put it on, and Semyon and his friends will be gone. Forever. What do you think? Should we put it on, or tell him to fuck off?
I think we should say.
Alright. I think they're gonna force it onto our faces no matter what we say, but...
Yeah, no kidding. But it depends on how you say it, though. Should we just put it on for the fuck of it, or...?
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Nah, he spit in it. I don't think I would put it on.
I mean, I'd clean it off with the snow first, of course.
Yeah. Shit. I don't really care.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Or, yeah, whichever.
Tell him the fuck
Yeah,
off.
let's do it. For some reason, Romka's disappointment with Semyon made me feel brave. Something was wrong in their crew. Some old disagreement. I should cut this old wound open. You know what, Semyon? My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed, "Fuck off." It felt like the whole world was paused for a second, and then unpaused right away. Semyon's pupils widened. The mask fell out of his meaty hands. He took a while to process my words, looking stunned, as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback. Hold on, responding to the compliment. Yeah, because we already got one path, and that was the path where we put on the mask.
Did we?
Uh-huh. I was looking at our achievements while you were taking the dogs out.
No.
Okay. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback. I noticed Paulina's face stretch in horror.
You're dead! Ah!
Semyon lunged at me. That was funny. Semyon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers and gnarled fingernails. Oh, fighting like a girl, are we? I threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat.
Yes, get him!
At the same moment, the world became fuzzy, the black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred. My glasses.
What, can't see anything without them, sucker?
He threw up his hand that was holding my glasses toward the sky so I couldn't get to them. Blind punches work. Give them back! Give it back, right?
Ow.
Ow. I was interrupted by a leaden fist with a sharp signet that hit me in the brow, producing a cracking sound, throwing me to the frozen earth. A circle of blurry faces, dying from disgusting laughter, was mocking me, making me want to puke. And as soon as I was almost able to catch my breath, a blurry figure rushed toward me. But instead of a new hit, I was offered an outreached hand. I immediately grabbed it, hoping it was Paulina, but I soon realized how wrong I was after I felt the sting of dry blisters on the palm.
Ew.
That's so gross. It was Ramka. He helped me stand up.
Can't see anything for real.
His voice sounded compassionate, which surprised me. Oh, this is bad. I squinted, trying to find Paulina in the fog before my eyes. She was gathering my things and putting them back in my school bag.
What about your hearing?
Oh, this is bad. Huh? He leaned in close and asked with a voice that was way less friendly.
Can you hear me fine, Aska? Andaska?
Yeah. I blinked in bewilderment.
Well then listen closely.
He brushed off my coat and then hit me in the jaw with all his might. Ow. My jaw clicked. If my tongue was between my teeth at that moment, I would not only be blind, but I would also talk worse than Biasha. I staggered, the world around me spinning like a peg top again. Ramka held me by the elbow, preventing me from falling over.
Anton!
Anton!
Biashka locked her in his arms, preventing her from running to my side.
Consider this a warning. If I ever see you anywhere near Paulina, even a meter close, I won't let it slide. Got it?
Yeah.
This is to make it stick.
Ouch. His fist landed on my temple. The world turned upside down. I felt like I was falling into the sky the color of decaying meat. I grabbed the roots to stop myself from tumbling more. My consciousness was drifting on top of the abyss, gliding to its depths like a deflated balloon. I tried to get up. A blurry silhouette that probably belonged to Paulina was fighting back, but two others held her by the hands and dragged her away.
Make ya home. We'll take you home. Don't be scared, eh? Yeah. Who knows what kind of psychos roam this forest? And Tasha, you should rest for a bit. Polina.
That was Anton.
Oh,
Paulina! Ramka's boot met with my face.
now.
Little shits. My hand got twisted. The back of my head hit the ice. My eyes obediently rolled over. The darkness jumped out, took a stance. Just to devour me. I turned around, dug my nose into the bed sheets, forced my eyes open with great difficulty. What was the achievement we got?
Tough luck.
Ah. Damn it. Paintings on the walls, books, a pile of comic magazines.
This looks like my home.
Yeah.
Like my bedroom.
I felt up my chin, afraid that it would respond with sharp pain. My fingers slid across my face to my temples. No bumps, no pain. I sat up, blinking in surprise, fixed my glasses. I studied my hands, clean, without any mud under the nails. My school bag was reclined against the table. I heard bits and pieces of conversation through the door. I was at home, in my bedroom. Did I get here myself? And what about the glasses? Did Semyon return them? Paulina, maybe? Or an unknown friend? I decided to leave that question for later and looked out the window. The forest had many secrets, and it wasn't in any hurry to reveal them to me. The clock on a nightstand showed 10 a.m. The sun was already above the field, but it didn't bring any warmth. The thicket moaned from its cracking bones. Okay. There's no eye, so... yeah. Triceratops.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, nothing in the Triceratops. Okay.
There's a
Like a Gundam kind of figure,
Yeah.
almost? Yeah.
football Gundam style. Dun,
Oh my
dun,
god.
dun, dun.
I went out into the hallway, and the conversation became clearer. Laughter. I haven't heard Mom laugh in so long. Bro punched him into an alternate universe.
No kidding.
In a silent house among the sneaking shadows. Such an ordinary but dear laughter. I sneaked through the ladder to the lower floor, as if afraid to spoil that moment.
And then I asked him, "Do you have any comics? I want to buy some for my bunny." And he goes, "Your rabbit reads comics?"
My mom burst out laughing. Olya followed suit.
"Well, yeah," I tell him. "My bunny is well trained." Gosh, you're the best. You doubt me? Not even for a second.
Mom, Dad sitting in the tree.
Mom and Dad sitting in a tree.
Mom and Dad sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-T.
She's so cute. When I entered the kitchen, Mom was kissing Dad on the forehead, and he was gently stroking her shoulder. Olya sat between our parents, armed with a fork. A polka-dotted cooking pot emanated a pleasant aroma, even with the lid on.
Is that gonna be a rabbit stew?
That would be really funny, wouldn't it? Oh, it is a rabbit, yeah.
Here he is. Hey there, sleepyhead. Took after your father in that. God, I can't talk right now.
The white canvas of a frosted window behind Mom's back made it look like she was on someone's painting.
Come on, sit down. Take a load off your feet. Breakfast is the most important thing for any healthy person.
I sat down, a charming smile on my lips. Olya winked at me, and the lamp on the table flickered in unison with her.
She has the power of electricity! You look so sleepy. Well, what can you do? He's our child. It's already... Now I'm black. It's already too late to hand him over orphan.
Dad let out a dry laugh to show he was joking. Mom slapped him on the shoulder.
I'm so hungry.
Do you think you're the only person who dripping saliva over here?
Big bro, will you eat like this?
How? I caught the sparkling gazes of my parents on myself. If I had a camera at that moment, I would have taken a snapshot so I could always look at those smiles on a photograph. I wanted this beautiful moment to last forever. The light bulb went out and then came back. The window glass shuddered slightly.
Take the mask off, son. It'll get in the way of eating.
What mask? A silly smile got stuck on my face. Dad showed me his sturdy white teeth that looked like piano keys.
Come on, take it off, bunny.
I slid my hand across my cheek, let out a laugh. What do you mean? The whole family was laughing now, pointing their fingers at me and slapping their knees with the tablecloth. Dad wiped his wet eyes with his knuckles.
Well, good job. Make us laugh, son. Now take off your mask, please.
I touched my face again. My skin went numb. But I'm not wearing a mask. Mom fidgeted on her chair. She tilted her head and squinted. The canvas behind her turned gray and kept getting darker with every passing moment.
We can't stand until you...
Can't start.
No. We can't start until you take it off.
I can't wait anymore.
Take off the mask. Stop fooling around.
His voice was kind, but firm.
Moon. Tasha, it's scaring me.
Chair legs scraped against the floorboards. Olya moved away from me. She wasn't smiling anymore. Actually, there wasn't a single smile left in the room, if you don't count the cracks in the walls.
What have you done? You made your sisters cry.
But... Olya sobbed, her eyes downcast, sneaking fearful glances at me. Mom slammed her fist on the table, and I almost fell to the floor along with the chair.
What degree?
Disgrace.
What disgrace of a son! We were all having fun, and then you come around and ruined everything.
Splashes of saliva flew at me. I turned to Dag, begging him to explain what was going on.
Dad just had a stroke.
Yeah, apparently. Sticky syrup trickled down Dad's beard, falling on his shirt. His eyes were looking in different directions. There was a loud sound in the attic.
Oh,
Water
what's
pipes
up?
grumbled. The house was alive. Every room had someone rustling, moving around, breathing in it. The light bulb started flickering like a stroboscope.
Well, if you have...
The faces of my parents disappeared into the darkness, only to appear again moments later. Outside, a tall shadow walked past the window. I was about to jump up and run away, but my body wasn't listening to my commands. My hands just obediently stayed on the table. I was just an onlooker. The lights went out. I spent 3 heartbeats in complete darkness.
Okay, sorry that even happened, guys. We didn't even know there was gonna be
Yeah.
flashing lights and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh. Then the bulb flashed with blinding light. 3 masks were looking at me with their gaping eyes. A fox woman, where my mom was just a moment ago. A wolf man at the head of the table. And a bunny girl, my Olya. I couldn't even ask why they wore these strange, scary animal faces. And why the fur on them was moving, as if there's something writhing inside the masks, making the papier-mâché bulge. My tongue didn't listen to the commands my brain sent to it. I could only shift my gaze between the masks, watching the long, twisted shadows behind the backs of my family.
Bon appetit!
She tore off the lid from the pot. And it was him. Yep. Cut off head was lying in the bloody gravy. A pair of glazed eyes was drilling me from inside the pot. Its mouth was open in a silent scream. The head at the bottom of the pot belonged to me. Blood ran down the agonized face of the cut-off head. At the same time, something hot started streaming from my nostrils. Scarlet drops falling on the tablecloth.
Eat up!
I screamed! Huh? I jumped up. My jaw was burning, as were my temples.
I bet.
Yeah. The kitchen, the beasts and animal masks, and the dead head. Everything had disappeared. Everything but the goddamn mask that was haunting me. One of the delinquents put it on me for the laughs. I tore off the bunny face that had already stuck to my face, threw it into the darkness, and realized that I woke up near the crumpled snowman in the forest.
Yeah, I'm sure your parents aren't worried about you at all.
Yeah, no kidding. Covered in snow and coniferous needles, without my glasses and with a smashed face. So I blacked out. Horrible. Pulsating pain seemed like a gift compared to the horrors I just witnessed. I stood up, spitting out blood. The forest seemed like a prison that was keeping me within its wooden bars. I didn't know how long I was out. My limbs were numb from the cold. My pants were soaking wet. I stood alone in a ring of towering trunks, not being able to see anything. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. The bushes became empty cells, whose occupants were suddenly set free. It felt like a clawed fang could fly out of that darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Anton!
Someone was looking for me. Just like that boy who went missing. The tears stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes.
Anton!
The scream was closer now, and for a moment I even believed that I was about to be saved. I'm here! The light hit my face. I covered it with my hand. Flashlight's rays slid down.
Anton, there you are. Are you out of your mind? Yes, I'm sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, really. Do you not notice the blood on your son's face?
What's this all about?
My dad walked out from the shadows. I went toward him, hoping that he won't melt. It's not another trick that my insane mind played on me. He turned out to be real, warm and alive.
Cat's got your tongue? I met a girl from your class on the road. She said...
Branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into my father's chest, engulfed by fear, and he started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Okay, let's get out of here. If your mother learns of this, she'll be so mad at us that we'll never forget this day.
I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilling embrace of fear. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips, and then stood up and wobbled along behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
And not a word about this at home, got it? Don't even hint at where I found you.
All right, Dad.
It's kind of hard to explain why I got my butt whooped.
Yeah. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world. He kept telling me how afraid he is to lose me or Olya. I nodded and moved my legs. Only when we got to the car, Dad noticed my scratches.
Somebody hurt you.
I felt up my cheek. I got into a fight.
Over what?
A girl. Dad replied with a thoughtful nod. I heard the low hum of the engine. My dad wore a fearful expression. It wasn't that sticky fear that paralyzed me in the nightmare, though. His fear was noble, like a crystal-clear diamond. He opened the glove box and got some napkins out of there.
Fighting for a girl you like is right.
Aw.
Yes, normally you try to resolve things with words. It's just sometimes words don't work.
Dad flashed an encouraging smile at me. Right as he was about to close the glove box, I noticed a handle peeking out from under a rag. He was carrying a gun around. My dad, a true intellectual, had a pistol with him, like an action movie hero. Or like an ordinary thug, some voice whispered to me. Pines were flying by the window. The car's lights were struggling against the darkness. The car carried me back home. Dad was cautiously studying me in the back mirror. I was thinking about the gun, about my dreams, about people in animal masks that pretended to be my parents. and the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. Oh,
Look what the cat dragged in.
Mom was going down the stairs, piercing Dad with her trademark glare. Her face showed something between wrath and condescension. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time.
Hey, what is this? Where are your glasses, Hong Kong? Did you lose them? This dummy probably just forgot them at school. Hello? I am bruised.
No kidding. Well, he's trying to cover for him, I guess. A venomous pause followed.
He's your son, all right.
Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal.
Well, we have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow.
My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Olya threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
I saw a fox!
Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale, and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then, my mom spoke with disappointment.
First it was an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this? But it's true! She was so fluffy! She stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person. Then Fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up.
Don't go near her! If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she was a doll made of cloth.
What's wrong, Tasha?
Don't go, you hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. Well, a fox will bite you. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Alyssa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
It wasn't a real fox. Tell him, Olya. She stood on two legs and she wore a dress. And she was real. See?
Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered, "If you see her again, run." Memories about my family and disgusting masks bombarded me like the underhanded blows of my classmates. The furry faces of my family stood before my eyes, their toothy mouths full of thick saliva. What's happening to me? What kind of tricks is my mind playing on me? This bunny mask was real. It just appeared in my school bag out of nowhere, as if I never threw it away in the forest. I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad. Please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, but those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook tumbled around and mixed like a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium. I almost dropped it into that chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like there were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores. And right at the moment I surrendered and closed my notebook, the memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly awaiting for me.
Hey, transfer student. Transfer student.
What do you want, Katya? She got up on her tiptoes and started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here?
I might have told the truth about this to Paulina. But Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopecks. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart. It's all because of my parents. Dad has a new job here, and my mom... But Katya didn't even listen to me, just rushed toward the perked-up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Yeah, right. He takes us all as for fools. I've heard it's all because of his father. He crossed the road of some big shot, and now their family is hiding in our remote little village.
That's not true. You're lying.
And did you hear? Did you hear how Barbara beat him up? And all he could do was look all pathetic and take it.
Stop it. You know he wasn't alone.
And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors that this weirdo carries a bunny mask with him wherever he goes. Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh, girls? I see. Our Antasta must be truly special. Maybe he's an artist. But what if he's a serial killer?
Then you're gonna be the first person, bitch.
I'm sure you'll be able to find an axe in his backpack if you look hard enough, or something even worse. Yes.
Shut up!
Look at him scream, as if something bit him. His pupils, look at how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him these pills, right?
I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Yes, that's right. He's insane as his little sister. Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? Yes, yes, yes. But not a single healthy person has seen it. And this simpleton believes her. Can you imagine that?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
How can it be, Ashton? Anton? How can it be, Anton? Are you unwell?
Paulina, please listen to me.
Yeah, right.
Polinochka.
Don't listen to this liar, Polinochka.
Polinochka.
He's probably never been to Moscow. This loser can't even stand up for himself. And he won't be able to defend you if it comes down to it. He'll run away to protect his own skin. Weakling.
Paulina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming.
No! No! Why? Austin?
Anton.
Anton! God dang it. Why, Anton? Why?
I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya.
Get your paws off her, you monster!
Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift, creep up, showing my teeth.
The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls.
My fist became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I had already lunged at the angry Katya.
Uh-huh. He went nuts. Nuts! Help! Help! Petrov went completely insane!
At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring. Growing. The subtle silhouettes of my classmates became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling. Turned into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the night of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
So you finally shown your animal nature.
coward. Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy.
Anton! Why? No! Why did you do this to me?
Paulina screamed while choking on her tears.
He's just an animal. An outsider.
A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them.
Anton! Anton! Please. Wake up!
I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear.
Anton! Please! Wake up! Wake up!
It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window.
To the window. Sorry.
Olya's voice was distant. My head was ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
The owl! The owl! Please! I'm scared!
Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water. I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, the scared Olya wouldn't have woken me up. Wait a second, Olya. Want me to read Merzilka for you? Merzilka, a Soviet and Russian monthly illustrated magazine for kids. It has been published since 1924. The magazine uses an unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. Writers like Samuel Marshak and Agnia Barto contributed to the magazine early in their careers.
And died. Nope.
Yeah, I'm probably dead. Give me... I placed my bare heels on the cold floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remembered Semyon, his underhanded act, and sighed.
Anton! Please! Please!
Oh, that is not Olya.
Look!
She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Nope, wrong. Finger twitch.
Happens. Olya. What's there? What happened? Do you want me to open the curtains?
No! Please don't! The owl is here! It's there!
Yeah, there.
The owl is there!
The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Olya stood in the doorway.
Who? Who are you talking to right now?
She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer. I was talking to you, to someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my window creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, grow to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon.
Anton, please come closer. Come here.
The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Knock, knock.
Who's there? He came to get us.
Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room. As if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. Knock, knock. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, and then it suddenly lighted the whole room and went out, like a candle in the strong wind. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olya started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. Knock, 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 knock. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. Knock, 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 knock. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Go away! Get out! Shoo!
She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers.
Anton, come closer.
I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Tell her, Anton. Tell her that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never, ever. I just want it to leave. Please.
The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured guest. Olya was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good."
I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good.
The bleak window was creeping closer. Curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. And at that moment, I heard a noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge, among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Semyon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late night guest. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the strips of glued newspapers. Opened the window with big trouble. So, window insulation. Before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia, the cracks of frames and wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspaper soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in the winter. Sounds a lot like what my parents had to do. Okay. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Semyon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it.
Yeah, they somehow could.
Yeah, climbed up to your window. And yeah. Crazy. I'm sorry, your dog looks so funny right now.
Half off her bed, yeah.
Okay. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, it would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness full of restless writhing.
Why aren't you in bed?
Nightmares. I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window. Yeah.
Are you out of your mind? Did it feel hot in here? Do you want to catch a cold?
The owl was here. Tasha chased it away.
Go to your room immediately and get into bed. And you.
Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime.
I got my glasses back.
Yeah, that'll go over well right now.
There's footprints of owl on the thing.
Yeah. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
We'll talk tomorrow.
I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present.
The cold doesn't bother me anymore.
I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. Oh. And it wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Semyon. Bobarin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass, like an exhibition piece.
And the positive thing is, I don't have to say, do his voice again.
Oh my god, yeah.
And we're saving it.
Yeah.
And I think we're calling it quits. for
Yeah,
today.
no, my voice is shot. I think we did pretty good.
Three, four. Are you sure you want to put yes?
It is. Yeah, no, we've been going at this for way too long.
Alright. I think we're gonna call it quits for tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep for 12 hours now.
Because both of our voices are pretty much dead.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage is over there.
Cool.
So, yeah. I'll be on today, tomorrow, whatever, to do some art. I'm Mega Anime.
And I'm Sylvie Sommers signing off.
You guys stay creative, stay spooky, do something creative every single day, follow your dreams, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.